specifically so she could make this dish. So I thought that was pretty great. And the goal is for bite-sized pieces, probably what they would call in the restaurant biz about a 1/2-inch dice. And these tomatoes are fairly ripe, that's what you want. This one has quite a big core. I can feel it with my knife, so I want to make sure I get all of that out because it's going to be tough. There we go. All right, I'm going to put these in the bowl and then I'll cut the last one. And we were speaking about tomato gardening. My favorite variety to grow for dishes like this is one called Brandywine. It's similar to what people call beefsteak tomatoes, and they can be huge and they're so flavorful. So now when you go to cut the brie, sometimes people say you have to take the rind off. I disagree. There's a lot of flavor in there.
morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. We're going to start in 1 minute. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Merci. Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I would like to call the meeting to order, and for those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you, merci. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. Just before we get started, I wanted to ask Councillor Troster, as the Council Liaison for Women, Gender Equity, and 2S LGBTQ+ affairs, to say a few words in advance of Capital Pride next month. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. As many of you know, June was Pride Month in Canada and around the world, which is a time for the 2S LGBTQ+ community to celebrate who we are and how we love. I came out more than 25 years ago, but I need to tell you that this Pride Month was particularly heavy for our community in Ottawa. We're seeing a rise in hate here in Canada and across the world. A couple of weeks ago at the University of Waterloo, a professor of gender studies was stabbed after an assailant entered the classroom and asked what subject she was teaching. Here in Ottawa, earlier in June, I, along with Councillors Leeper and Johnson, attended a counter demonstration in support of the queer and trans community in front of a number of schools in Westboro, schools that were chosen by anti-trans protesters intent on targeting children. It was one of the most frightening and violent displays of extremist hate that I've ever seen. But thankfully, the counter-protesters, largely made up of Westboro parents, outnumbered them by 4-1. On June 20th, homophobic graffiti was sprayed on a portable at Manor Park Public School. That same week, hate groups targeted drag story time at the National Arts Centre. And thank you to Councillors Johnson, Menard, Kavanagh, Carr, and Kitts, who joined me at the counter demo. And then days later on Greenbank Road in College Ward, 3 young people assaulted and robbed someone while uttering transphobic and homophobic slurs. Community members are now being called to continually protect Pride events and family programming directed at kids from queer and trans families like mine. This is all happening as the rise of disinformation is continuing unfettered. Speaking personally as an out queer city councillor, I'm constantly being bombarded with comments that accuse me of horrendous acts, a direct attempt to cast false aspersions on queer and trans people and push us out of public life. Last week, Capital Pride held a press conference at City Hall along with the Canadian Centre for Gender and Sexual Diversity to sound the alarm about this rise in hate and encourage allies, politicians, and business leaders to stand together and reaffirm that hate has no place in our city. I was not able to be at the press conference, but I want to acknowledge Councillors King and Johnson for speaking out as allies so powerfully. We need all of us in the struggle against hate. I refuse to accept that my daughter is growing up in a climate that could be less safe for her based on the identity of her parents or her own gender identity or sexual orientation. So because this is the last council meeting before Capital Pride here in Ottawa, which we celebrate at the end of August 19th to 27th, I wanted to invite you to join me at Pride. Ottawa Public Health is going to have a float, so please join us to help celebrate the 2S LGBTQ+ community and to send a strong statement that the City of Ottawa will not stand for hatred of any kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. I'll ask the Deputy Clerk now to do the roll call.
Councillor Luloff,
Present.
Councillor Dudas,
EC.
Councillor Hill,
Present.
Councillor Curry,
Here.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Gower,
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
EC.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine,
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseillère Plante,
EC.
Councillor King,
Here.
Councillor Troster,
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington,
Here.
Councillor Menard,
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor DeRose,
Here.
Councillor Brown,
Here.
Councillor DeRush,
Here.
Councillor Hubley,
Here.
Councillor Lowe,
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Confirmation of minutes from the council meeting of June 28th, 2023. Is that carried? Declarations of interest, including those originally arising from prior meetings. Councillor Desroches.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. I, Councillor Steve Desroches, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on matters related to item 18.2.1, donation of a decommissioned ambulance to St. John Ambulance on the agenda for meeting number 18 in the Ottawa City Council on Wednesday, July 12, 2023, given that I volunteer on the Ontario Council Board of Directors for St. John Ambulance. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations of interest? I will note the other communications that have been received. There are some petitions. Councillor Kelly has advised he will be absent from the meeting today. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Kavanaugh.
That the report from the interim city manager entitled Proposed 2023-2026 Term of Council Priorities, Agricultural and Rural Affairs Report 5, Community Services Committee Report 4, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 6, Planning and Housing Committee Report 12, Transit Commission Report 6, and the report from the city clerk entitled Summary of All Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act, Explanation Requirements at the City Hall meeting of June 28, 2023, be received and considered, and Council receive and consider the Built Heritage Committee Report 7 pursuant to subsection 35.7 of the procedure bylaw.
All right, is that carried? Thank you. All right, so item 10 is an in-camera item, which we will come back to. Item 11 is the proposed 2023 to 2026 term of council priorities, which we will hold. Item 12, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. Item 12.1, zoning for renewable energy generation facility and battery energy storage systems, interim regulations, and increasing opportunity for access to retail food stores. Is that carried? Item 12.2 is zoning bylaw amendment for 147 Langstaff Drive. Is that carried? Item 12.3, front-ending report for Manotick Water Main Link Phase 2. Is that carried? Item 12.4 is motion on appointments to the conservation authorities. Is that carried? Item 13 is the Built Heritage Committee report. 13.1, application for new construction at 480 Cloverdale Road. Is that carried? Item 14 from Community Services. Item 14.1 is the Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy. Is that carried? Item 14.2 is the Community Safety and Wellbeing, Mental Wellbeing Priority Progress Update. We'll hold that one. Item 14.3 is the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan Progress Update. Pardon? Is that carried? Or, yeah. Okay. Item 15 is Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Item 15.1 has a number of motions, so we'll hold that. Item 15.2 is the Ottawa Hospital's request for release of a reversionary covenant at 1967 Riverside Drive. I know there's a motion to amend that. Do we want to hold that, or is hold? Okay. Item 15.3 is the application by Trimworks Development Limited for 1280 Trim Road. We'll hold that. Item 16, Planning and Housing Committee. 16.1 is the City of Ottawa's Housing Accelerator Fund application. Is that carried? Item 16.2 is the zoning bylaw amendment for 200 and 201 Friel Street. I think there is a technical amendment for that. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, c'est moi. Sorry, is it on? Oh, thank you for pulling it up.
Yeah.
Whereas the report recommends amending the City of Ottawa's zoning bylaw to permit a 20-story apartment building on the eastern portion of 201 Friel Street, and whereas clarity is required for where one lot for zoning purposes is to be affected, and whereas a holding symbol on the lands shown as Area A in Document 1 appears in Document 1 but is absent from Document 2, therefore be it resolved that Council amend Planning and Housing Committee Report 12, Item 7, Zoning Bylaw 200 and 201 Friel Street by, number 1, replacing the text in Document 2, Clause 2B with the following: B in Column 2, applicable zones, add the text R5BH 35XXX1-H, replacing text in Document 2, Clause 2D1 with the following: land zone as per R5B and R5B SYYY are to be treated as one lot for zoning purposes for the application of floor space index, lot width, lot area, and parking provisions. And adding the following text to the document as Clause 2D. 4, land zone in R5BH are to be treated as one lot for zoning purposes for the application of rear yard setback, and be it further resolved that there be no further notices pursuant to Section 3417 of the Planning Act. Merci.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. So is the motion, the technical amendment motion, is that carried? And the bylaw amendment as amended, is that carried? Item 16.3, zoning bylaw amendment for 1184, 1188, and 1196 Cummings Avenue, is that carried? 16.4, status update on the new zoning bylaw, is that carried? Item 17 is the Transit Commission report. 17.1, capital adjustments and closing of projects, is that carried? All right, moving to the bulk consent agenda. Councillor Desroches declared his conflict on item 18.2.1. So let's vote on that first. This is the donation of the decommissioned ambulance to St. John Ambulance. Is that carried? And related to that, I have a direction to the clerk's office that this item be shared with the Association of Municipalities and other Ontario municipalities for information, along with the motion approved by Council on June 14th to donate a decommissioned ambulance to the Embassy of Ukraine. All right. Thank you. And then the rest of the bulk consent agenda, is that carried? Okay. Let's go back to item 10 on the agenda, which is our in-camera item. So I'm going to ask Councillor Kavanaugh to please introduce the motion to move in camera. The motion is seconded by Councillor Gower.
Be it resolved that City Council resolve in camera pursuant to the procedure bylaw 2022-410, subsection 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and subsection 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive a briefing on the light rail transit LRT legal update.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Is that carried? All right, we will begin the closed session in about 5 minutes. we're going to start again in about 1 minute. We'll be starting again in about 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. All right, everyone, we're going to resume. And for the benefit of members of the public, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to the procedure bylaw number 2022-410, subsection 13(1)E, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and subsection 13(1)F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Council received a briefing on light rail transit legal update. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. So we will move on with our agenda now and move to item 11, which is the 11.1, which is the proposed 2023-20 to 2026 term of council priorities. And there are a number of motions. So I would suggest that we introduce the various motions, and then we can have discussion and debate about the term of council priorities. So I will start with the motion from Conseillère Plante. If you're ready, Conseillère Plante.
Oui, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to pull up my notes here. So part of the portion of my motion is regarding the access to high quality, affordable, and inclusive licensed childcare spaces across the city, especially when it comes to new immigrants, Indigenous families, sole support parents, which is essentially single moms, and families with low income and children with special needs. The City of Ottawa has a bilingualism policy governing several aspects of municipal activity, noticing the proactive delivery of services in both French and English. Having access to French language childcare and earlier services is critical for Francophone families in Ottawa, as it develops a sense of belonging, fosters community vitality, preserves language, and encourages attendance to French language schools. Since the closure of the Centre Éducatif Beau Soleil in 2016, only 2 of the 10 city-run daycare centers are Francophone, one of which is scheduled to be moved in the near future, moving from a high-needs area to another area, which we don't know yet. This will leave only 42 Francophone city-run childcare spots in all of Ottawa. Since the City of Ottawa regularly welcomes newly arrived Francophone families, licensed childcare and earlier services is key to integration and for women to resume their role in the workforce. And now I'll read the motion. Can you pull it up, please? Merci. Whereas the following tabling of the proposed 2023 and to 2026 term of council priorities at City Council on June 28th, 2022, members of council have proposed some amendments to further clarify language. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve the following amendments to the proposed 2023-2026 terms of council priorities. Number 1, amend long-term goal 2, LTG 2 on page 2 to read as follows. Ottawa residents benefit from a healthy, sustainable, and equitable built environments that support our efforts to address climate change. 2, amend the first paragraph of page 4 to read as follows. A city that has affordable housing is more livable for all. Investing in services that affect the lives of all residents, including those most in need, is a key priority for the city. The strategic priority focuses on supporting individuals by increasing access to a range of housing options, including affordable housing, improving access to supports for mental health and substance use health, emergency services, employment services, licensed childcare and earlier services, including consideration for Francophone, Indigenous, and families facing barriers, and parks, culture, and recreation. Scroll down. Add the following bullet to table 2 on page 9, strategic objective 13, deliver transit and roads to support growth under the results we want to achieve by 2026. Transit and road infrastructure is sustained and supported. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor King, I believe you have a motion as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm introducing a motion that's seconded by Councillor Troster. Looks at reflecting culture in one of the strategic objectives of the term of council priorities. We know that access to culture has a direct impact on the quality of life and also the economic well-being of the city and a sense of well-being for all the residents of Ottawa. We know it's the foundation for making Ottawa a vibrant, livable city. And it's important that we have culture reflected in a greater way in some of the objectives. So I'll just read, I guess I will read one of the whereas clauses and then the resolutions. Whereas culture is currently captured under 2 separate objectives with separate goals and performance indicators that include recreation and facilities. And whereas culture can be defined as a way of life in society and offer social and economic benefits, therefore be it resolved that to appropriately approach an objective for culture within Council's 2023-2026 term of council priorities, strategic objectives 8 and 9 under a city that has affordable housing and is more livable for all include additional results and performance indicators to ensure cultural programs and initiatives are available to more residents and capture all neighborhoods appropriately. And be it further resolved that document 1, table 1 under a city that has affordable housing and is more livable for all be amended as follows. 1, strategic objective 8 include enhanced cultural programming and initiatives made more available for all communities and include an ethno-cultural lens under the results we want to achieve by 2026. And number 2, strategic objective 8C under performance indicators include number of annual initiatives offered by the city to enhance accessibility to cultural and recreation programs. And 3, strategic objective 9C under performance indicators include annual city capital investment in municipal cultural spaces and contributions to community cultural spaces. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Menard, do you have a motion?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll just read the therefore be it resolves and appreciate staff working on these items with our office collaboratively. 1 was performance indicators for strategic objective 1 be amended as follows. Number of households assisted with housing from the registry waitlist relative to total number of households on the registry waitlist. Strategic objective 3 be amended as follows. Create and advance along a clear path to eliminate chronic homelessness. 3, the results we want to achieve by 2026 for strategic objective 3 be amended by adding the following: reduced chronic homelessness. 4, the results we want to achieve by 2026 for strategic objective 15 be amended by adding the following: more reliable transportation service for users with accessibility needs. 5, performance indicators for strategic objective 15 be amended as follows: 15C, paratranspose service metrics provided as part of the regular updates to the Transit Commission. 6, performance indicators for strategic objective 24 be amended by adding the following: 24B, kilometers of streetscapes renewed by the city on traditional and commercial main streets. And 7, that 25D be amended to say number of organizations funded annually under the city's cultural funding program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a short motion regarding the term of council objective number 9, align parks, recreation and cultural facilities with population growth. My motion, which Councillor King is seconding, and I thank him for that, be amended to read: align parks, recreation and cultural facility, new development and renewal of existing assets with population growth, and consideration for prioritizing the needs of economically disadvantaged neighborhoods. I'll just briefly state that certainly there's no opposition from me for the original wording. Certainly as communities grow, we have to ensure that cultural and recreational amenities are in place for those communities. But we've also stated through the Recreation Master Plan review that there are a number of assets in older neighborhoods that need significant upgrading and renewal, and they can't be forgotten as well. And I think there's strong cases to be made in communities of economically disadvantaged residents why community center really is the hub and needs to be a focal point and renewed. So I've worked with staff on this wording, which support this wording, and happy to answer any questions when we get to debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. And Councillor Carr, I believe you have a direction related to the term of council priorities.
Yes, thank you. I'll read the direction. At its meeting of June 28th, 2023, Council received and tabled the proposed 2023 to 2026 term of council priorities, and Objective 1 states: increase housing options, including below market and deeply affordable near transit, leverage city land, and seek sustainable funding. While the strategic priorities identified in the 2023 to 2026 term of council priorities are informed by and aligned with the city's master plans and, once approved, are published in the city's strategic plan, the terms deeply affordable and below market do not align with the definitions related to affordable housing as stated in Section 13 of the OP. To better align the OP with the council priorities and to promote accountability, I ask that Community and Social Services staff work with Planning, Real Estate, and Economic Development to align the terms related to affordable housing and develop a lexicon of these terms.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. So it's open to discussion or questions on any of the motions or the term of council priorities in general. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. The reason that I was happy to second both Councillor King's motion and Councillor Menard's amendments. First of all, on Councillor Menard's amendments, we really need to be ambitious and specific when it comes to ending chronic homelessness. It's actually in the city's strategic plan to end chronic homelessness by 2030. So I really think we should be reaching for much more ambitious targets, ideally to cut it in half by the end of this term and to eliminate chronic homelessness completely by 2030. I'm very happy with the initiative that we passed without discussion today, coming out of Community Services Committee, to create a supportive housing hub, which I think will do a lot of good work to help reduce chronic homelessness in the city. I also support the direction that Councillor Carr put forward. Sorry, long morning. Because it's really important that we specify when it comes to affordability. There's so many definitions floating around. We need to be really, really specific. And also, I truly believe that arts and culture are an important core of our city and need more explicit recognition in our term of council priorities. So thank you so much to all the other councillors who brought those forward, and I support all of them.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm happy to see the term of council priorities coming to council today. But I have a few concerns, but maybe some clarification from yourself. It's nice to see all this initiative, and we're helping the community in the need. And we talk about housing, economy development, and I know in the report we read so many things, but people in rural and suburban that they have to take their car and they have to use our road. I think it was not enough clarification. Maybe it's good from the public to hear from yourself a little bit about our priorities, specifically on the roads and services we deliver. Lately, in the last 3-4 weeks, we talk about core services that to deliver to the resident, and we've been just came out of the election, and the people, we heard it at the door loud and clear. People cannot afford to pay taxes anymore, but they need the services. People in rural and suburban area, they need their ditches cut. If you drive the road in the city of Ottawa, look around, our ditches, they've been taken over by the hawkweeds. Our boulevard in Orleans, Riverside South, and Barhaven, they're barely, you can see it, they're overgrowing on top of the stop sign. I just want to make sure we didn't forget that people, that this operation is still ongoing, and we're still investing in our road and our core services. That's what I like to hear from yourself, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeRose. I certainly support that. And as you know, at budget time, we've made that a priority. In the 2023 budget, we increased the road repair budget by $30 million. And certainly, as you did, I heard from rural and suburban residents in particular, but also some urban residents about the state of our roads and the need for repairs to core infrastructure, including roads and sidewalks. So I support that and support the item on Conseil Plante's motion, the third item, which talks about transit and road infrastructure being sustained and supported. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
And thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for adding those, because I know they're important, and we want to assure our public and our residents that we're not going to forget those services, because as much as Yana has this discussion, they are ongoing, but it's nice for us to clear it and make sure that we highlight this in our meeting this morning. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the initiative.
Thank you, Councillor DeRose. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to staff and a comment. So, a question to the city manager. Obviously these are very broad priorities, very comprehensive, and I think we're doing a lot in many of the areas already, and much more is needed. I guess, how does this translate in the staff level? From time to time, I run into priorities at the city of Ottawa and that are being worked on by staff, and I say, geez, I'm not sure this really lines up with this current council. You've got decisions that were made, the last term of council or the council before that. How are we going to prioritize this at the staff level once we have this framework approved, assuming it will be?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that question. The alignment will really come through the corporate plan and the departmental work plans to ensure that they are aligned to the term of council priorities. So you're going to see that as we move through the term. You're also going to see the pieces come as we move through the iterative budget process for each of the years as well, aligned to the term of council priorities.
Great, and I expect that there'll have to be some choices in terms of what we work on, what's being worked on now, and there might be some pivoting in terms of priorities. And I'll give full credit to staff. Many councillors attended a recent priority setting for, I forget the name of the branch in terms of our real estate branch, and that lots of projects underway. And I think trying to get some handle on, where there's consensus on priorities going forward. So hope that will continue at that level. Just in the time that remains, Mr. Mayor, I hope maybe we'll consider sending this. Maybe you'll take this direction that we share this with local members of provincial parliament and MPPs, because we will need assistance in advancing some of these priorities. I do find when I review this, again, I can support it. I do find that I will have to, again, decode this for my constituency in terms of what it means for them. I'll be transparent in terms of what I think it means for the residents of Riverside South and Finlay Creek. I think it means that we're going to help with the affordability crisis by building homes and following through on some of the planned growth that's happening to help ease pressure on housing prices. I think it means we're going to build much more self-sufficient communities in this area that have the retail, that have the services, so that they're not leaving to go to other parts of the city for their basic shopping needs. I hope it means we're going to finally put a shovel in the ground for a much-needed recreational complex that'll serve the southeast area. We know that our pools are at maximum capacity, and we have to provide some additional infrastructure there. We're starting finally work on Bank Street. That's going to improve the road network, but also the cycling capacity, also the pedestrian capacity, and really take a rural stretch of road and bring it to its proper urban standard to serve the people of Findlay Creek. And, you know, I want to see that continue because additional work will be required down the road. We've got a lot of assets in the Leitrim and Findlay Creek area, very old. We acquired them at pre-amalgamation, and there's some great opportunity there to modernize and replace these buildings with much more energy efficient buildings that do a better job of serving the community some 20 years after amalgamation. Riverside South Findlay Creek going to be well served by the O train extension and the Trillium line. And I take a lot of put a lot of weight into our priority to ensure that we have a reliable transit system that will serve these communities well and will, I think, fuel additional growth in these two communities in particular. Obviously, to move to advance in serving the growth of this community, we need to ensure that applications for housing or for retail or for affordable housing are processed in a timely manner so that we can see, again, shovels in the ground and buildings take shape. And that includes projects like new schools. We don't want to have communities that are just rows and rows of houses. We want to have parks. We want to have schools. And we play a role in improving these schools once we receive the applications from the school boards. And we've done some work recently in Findlay Creek and the English Public High School in Riverside South to ensure that those planning applications are processed as quickly as possible to deal with the growth pressures. And just overall, I think the priority of affordability, that includes the tax bill, ensuring that we're sensitive to the ability to pay of our residents, in particular seniors, and recognizing that I think businesses are still bouncing back after the pandemic, and we need to be sensitive to ensuring that we have a budget that is affordable to residents, in addition to responding to many of these priorities. So again, it will be a balancing act to try and achieve that, but I will support it today because I do see priorities for Riverside South and Findlay Creek that we can make some progress on in this term of council. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeRush. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll get right into my questions. Priority 7 is improve emergency response times. We don't mention anywhere in this document about offload delays at the hospitals, and I'd like to know why that is, considering that's a significant contributor to when a patient receives the care that they need.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to answer that. Offload delays are a concern, as you know, Councillor, and yeah, they are part of the fabric that will help improve response time. So once we deal with offload delays and how we deal with that, it's certainly a provincial issue. It's a healthcare systemic issue. And once those offload delays are improved, then we will directly improve our response time. So it is a method of us improving our response time is to deal with that issue.
But is there a reason why offload delays aren't mentioned under this umbrella of improving emergency response times?
If I may, just to start, in terms of the document that you have in front of you today, it's really meant to be a very high level and strategic focused document that will put the priorities and objectives as discussed and collaborated with council in front of you. So you'll see those high level objectives that will, if you drill down into them, could speak to some of the actions or some of the things that we will do to improve things sort of behind the scenes, getting into those details.
Okay, we just spent a meeting at the committee I chair talking about this matter. It's a significant issue. It's been a significant issue as long as I've been a councillor. And if you're saying, Madam Acting City Manager, that this is included in the sort of the greater umbrella, then I'll accept that answer. But this has to be a continued major priority for the city.
Councillor Brockington, if would you mind if I just spoke to that really quickly? I think the way I would frame it is that strategic priorities are long-term goals that we have, and And I think reducing offload delays is a means toward achieving the strategic priority of reducing response times, right? So it's a means towards doing that, as opposed to, our goal is not to reduce offload delays. Our goal is to reduce response times, and eliminating offload delays is one of the ways to do that. So I think that's the difference in terms of it not being a strategic priority, but a means to achieving a strategic priority. But that doesn't mean it isn't important.
I don't want to take my time up debating you. We have a problem getting to people who are in a healthcare emergency within the prescribed provincial and municipal benchmark times. That is emergency response times. We also have, separate to that, a problem when we get to the hospital and offloading those patients for emergency care within the ER. And that has to be a priority as well that we focus on. I'm going to continue. Item 10 is improve active transportation. And I'd like staff to elaborate and explain what the word improve means. What's the context of the word improve?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. In terms of improve, we want to do better than what we're currently doing. So we want to show more projects, more enhancements in terms of active transportation. So it wasn't just, I think the original wording may have been, focus on active transportation. We want to build on it and improve it.
Will you confirm that this is not just an inflationary increase to a sidewalk repair line? It would be that the proportion of capital transportation dollars allocated to active transportation will actually go up compared to the other components that make up that total amount.
Thanks for the follow-up question. Certainly, that will be subject to future budgeting process. But in terms of the intent, yes, we want to build on that.
Because if you increase the budget line by inflation, you're improving the number. But I think the context and what we want to explain to our community is we're taking active transportation more seriously this term of council. And that means as a proportion of the total amount of transportation, capital transportation dollars that we're going to spend, this budget line is going to receive a greater percentage increase than the other lines, because it has to be addressed. So I appreciate that. Item 18 is just about the tree canopy coverage. The objective says with a focus on neighborhoods with low tree canopy cover. Does low mean before 40%, the 40% threshold that we would like every ward to meet in this city? Or does low cover off a different segment other than everyone else that's under 40%?
Thank you for the question. In terms of the context of low, there are certain neighborhoods that are further behind than others. So it's not just that they're below 40%. It's those that are more disadvantaged in terms of tree cover than other neighborhoods.
Okay, I appreciate that. That they have to catch up, comparatively speaking, to some of the other words. And the last one I'll focus on is just item 23, objective 23, reimagine downtown and Byward Market. What is the City of Ottawa plan to reimagine the downtown core? I went to a Board of Trade event 6 weeks ago. They actually had no one from the federal government there to speak on reimagining the downtown core. They had the NCC, they had Canada Lands, but the actual people who make decisions on whether employees are going to be working in the buildings, whether they're going to offload their leased buildings, there was no one there to talk to that piece, which is a bit of a head scratcher when we're talking about how the city's downtown core is going to evolve. So how does the City of Ottawa plan evolve? Who is championing the City of Ottawa's position with the federal government on what we would like to see the downtown core evolve into? And I suppose, as I said in my comments to staff before today, that there's hopefully a working group of multiple parties who are already been talking about this for quite some time. How is that information being communicated back to council or the proper committee in that regard?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. I'll start in terms of response, and there are others that would like to add on. So there's a number of initiatives underway. Certainly, as you noted, the NCC has started their core area, an update of their core area sector plan. The city has a number of initiatives, including looking at conversion of office spaces. There are discussions happening with PSPC in various contexts in terms of their office portfolios. The mayor may want to add, some flavor in terms of some of those discussions, but there's a multitude of initiatives underway, and we are, having those discussions with our federal partners. I'll, if it's appropriate in terms of the report back issue, I'd like to follow up maybe at a later date in terms of the best way to inform council of some of those pieces.
Yeah, if the mayor, I appreciate that, Mr. Gerwire, and if the mayor can note that as well. What I'm struggling with is our position we would like to attract new employers to take over the buildings where the federal government has vacated those buildings, or other private entities. Is our position that we want to see non-residential buildings be now used for residential purposes? Is that our position? Are we going to acknowledge that there is an economic depression in the downtown core since COVID started? How many businesses have left? Who is championing these issues? How is this being reported back to council or through FedCo or however mechanism or channel we decide? So I agree with the strategic objective, but I don't know what the City of Ottawa's position is. What are we championing? What do we want to see the downtown core look like? I hear different positions, and that's why I ask it today, so it can be tabled and report back through the appropriate committee. But I am very concerned about this and would like to see more information sharing about what is being discussed, what is the city articulating and advocating for, and how we can be better informed going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues and to staff for working on this, on our strategies and going forward. I think we have some good choices here, particularly on affordable housing. I appreciate the emphasis on it, and I appreciate Councillor Menard and Troster's amendments on looking at data of the number of households that are going to be assisted from the registry relative to the number of households on the waiting list. It'll be very helpful to keep track of these things. My question is on a different topic of active transportation, is metrics to look at how we're improving things. There are a number of gaps. That's what we're talking about. We're looking at making connectivity, but are we looking at that kind of ridership? Are we keeping track of how things are improving? What kind of measures do we have in place, like counters, et cetera? Also on gender equity, are we encouraging all genders to feel comfortable going out on bikes, for example, or walking? So I just want to know how we're keeping track of that, so that we can know how we're doing and how we're improving.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Certainly, we had a pretty robust discussion recently as part of phase one of the TMP and the active transportation projects, and certainly there is counts and monitoring. I believe VVG is on the call, and I'd ask for Ms. Chi to provide any specific metrics that she could share.
Thank you. Hello, I'm on Zoom. So for the metrics, we have lots of policies in our transportation master plan, as well as in the active transportation policies that you approved, that sets out a framework to make sure that the facilities we provide fix those gaps, and also design so that the most vulnerable will will be able to use the facilities comfortably and safely. We also have lots of stats from our OD survey. We have permanent counters. So there are those things that are some of the tools that we have that we can capture data and see the progression of our policies and our infrastructure capital works construction, how they result in usage and so on.
Thank you. Canada Bikes is known to do this every year, to take counts in various locations and look at gender as also as diversity of who is riding. Do we have something similar that would capture this kind of information? And if not, can we?
I'll have to take that back to see. Stats Canada does capture the gender of trips to work. So there's some data there that we can use, and we can have a look into that. Our OD survey also has captures the gender, for those that are responding to the survey. So we do have some of that information.
Thank you very much. I know just anecdotally, every time I see people riding on the sidewalk, I know that it's because the infrastructure is missing, and that this is something that we have to look at. It's kind of my informal way of knowing that we need to do better. But I appreciate that we've got it on the list. We're going to improve it. I just want to know if we can measure that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I want to ask, I guess, a city manager, maybe. What sort of flexibility do we have in terms of adjusting some of these priorities in the future? Let's say, there's some sort of change, and when we decide to look at some of our priorities a little differently.
So you can certainly come back. We will be reporting approximately 2 times through this term of council. So we'll be having an open discussion in terms of how we're achieving the priorities that we have in front of you today if the plan is approved. You also have the other avenue of bringing something up at a various standing committees. And remember too that there's a number of initiatives that will be dealt with through the departmental work plans, of which we'll be regularly reporting on as well at the standing committees.
And there are a lot of times where, maybe not a lot, but there are some times where we say things or try to do things that end up clashing with something we set, previously, like in priority documents like these. And do you see any concerns with the motions that the amending motions that we have here? Because I mean, at least right now, personally, I feel some of these are pushing into the prescriptive territory.
And staff have reviewed all the motions and the direction in front of them, and they do support them.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I actually just want to say in my former life that I was a head of planning for a small government department, federal government department. And I just want to say how pleased I am with the process and actually having such a fleshed out strategic plan, strategic priorities. I know that when I arrived and I'd looked at previous term of council priorities and it was just looked like a list of 10 things. I'm really pleased with the process, and I know there's lots more work that needs to be done through our operational plan. And I think we need to have a significant discussion about prioritizing within our priorities. And just as an example, you saw that I had that direction on affordable housing and just defining exactly what we're talking about in some cases. And I'll just make a slight note. I think when I say we need to prioritize within our priorities, we talk about the need for housing all the time, but really to me, the most critical thing is that as of June 5th, we had 114 people living in community centers. We had 985 people living in hotels and motels. We had 79 youth living in the youth shelters, 144 women, 417 men, 107 specialized beds. We had 400 people actually in our family shelter system. And we know of 115 unsheltered, plus through IRCC, there's close to 200 people. The fact that we have 3,000 people that don't even have a home, this is more than affordable housing, I think is going to be our biggest challenge. But I'm pleased to see the prominence that it has. And mostly I just wanted to say what a great document, what a great job city staff did and the facilitator. And I look forward to seeing it printed up in a really nice document that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. So let's vote on the motions then, and then we'll vote on the document as amended. So first of all, on Councillor Plante's motion, is that carried?
Carried.
On Councillor King's motion, is that carried?
Carried.
On Councillor Menard's motion, is that carried?
Carried.
And on Councillor Brockington's motion, is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, and then on the term of council priorities as amended, is that carried? Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's move to item 14.2, the community safety and well-being, mental well-being priority progress update. And I know Councillor Troster, you had a motion on this.
My motion was actually on the alternative mental health responses. Did I ask to hold the wrong item, or is this?
That's what we're on now.
It is in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Sincere apologies. So could we put the motion up? Would that be okay? I think so. No, I have it here. I can read it. Yeah. Whereas the mental health and substance use crises have escalated in municipalities across Canada and in Ottawa, and whereas this crisis has put a strain on service providers that have negative impacts on all members of our community, and whereas introducing a successful alternative response pilot program is a priority for this council, and whereas implementing the strategies and actions outlined in the Ottawa Guiding Council for Mental Health and Addictions report will involve multiple city departments, community service partners, and other levels of government. And whereas the Ottawa Guiding Council for Mental Health and Addictions will continue to meet and oversee the implementation of the first phase of the Safer Alternative Response Program, and whereas the transition from a strategic planning phase to operational readiness can be complex and operationally challenging. Whereas at the June 27th, 2023 meeting of the Community Services Committee, staff were directed to expedite and prioritize the launch of the Alternative Response Pilot and report back by memo to the Community Services Committee with a firm work plan, including scheduled updates to committee and any required financial requirements in order to launch as soon as operationally feasible. Therefore, be it resolved that the chair or vice chair of Community Services Committee or their designate attend meetings of the Guiding Council as non-voting members to help facilitate this transition with the goal of expediting and streamlining implementation of the first phase of the Safer Alternative Response Program. And be it further resolved that Community and Social Services staff provide regular updates on the work of the Guiding Council through memos to the Community Services Committee as it pertains to the Alternative Response Program, including deliverables, milestones, and timeline towards operational readiness, and that these regular updates be developed in consultation with the chair and vice chair of Community Services Committee. Can I speak to this for a moment?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so thank you so much to Councillor Bradley for seconding this motion. If some of you listened who weren't member of Community Services Committee, you may have watched the meeting where I spoke passionately about the urgent need for this alternative crisis response pilot to launch as soon as is operationally possible. I was very disappointed with the initial report that said the target for launch would only be Q4 2024. I wrote a piece in the Ottawa Citizen that some of you may have read about the current state of things in terms of addiction and mental health and homelessness in the downtown core, but things are really bad right now. On Saturday, I biked by an alley that some neighbors have been telling me about, where some folks experiencing homelessness have been squatting, and I found piles of human excrement, needles that had not been picked up. And this is a place where people with serious and active addictions are sleeping. And it's only steps from where people live and where people work. This is unacceptable. It's unacceptable anywhere. It's certainly unacceptable in our city. What we're seeing in the core is that a significant number of people who are experiencing homelessness and experiencing the drug poisoning and addiction crisis in Ottawa, they're displaying erratic behavior, which communities service providers have said is largely due to brain damage from poison drug supply and the impact of multiple overdoses. There are significant concerns about community security in the community that I represent, and much of it stems from unmet social needs, from the utter desperation of people who are living with almost nothing. and who don't, there was an article in the paper today about how the majority of drug overdoses occur in private homes. But in my neighborhood, where lots of people don't have a place to live, or they're living in overcrowded rooming houses, all of this happens out in the open. And it's very troubling. It's very upsetting. And it undermines the dignity of folks who are struggling in my community. So we desperately need another place to call. We desperately need an alternative mental health response, because in many cases, the person you want to call is not police, because behavior is not necessarily criminal. It's just troubling. We want to be able to help people in our community. So I really wanted to make sure that we had council oversight of the Guiding Council. And I strongly believe that by adding a member of community services to the Guiding Council, it can help us expedite this project, because we need it so desperately in so many of our communities. And I hope to see it succeed and be something that we can then extend to the rest of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. And Councillor Bradley, I believe you have a direction related to this as well. Is that right?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Yep. Thanks. So I'll read this now, and perhaps during my question, I'll wrap more context around it. But the direction which staff have agreed to accept is that staff be directed to report back to council via memo no later than the end of Q2 of 2024 in advance of the 2025 budget discussions on the status of funding requests or funds received from other sources or levels of government that would be used to fund the crisis response pilot project. So I'll speak to this when I get on the list for questions, but Councillor Troster and Councillor Plant so well articulate the issues that we're primarily experiencing in the downtown core, although many people across our city will benefit from the service. So my concerns are largely around the funding strategy. So that's where I'll focus my questions today. Thank you.
Okay, I'll open it up to everyone to speak to the committee recommendations and to the motions. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire. First off, much like
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Colleagues, I fully support this initiative. Mental health responses is critical for those who are deeply distressed and struggling. And I also fully support that we're placing our trust in the compassion and the humanity of our community, especially those who may have felt underserved or not served by typical response mechanisms. I do want to do a bit of myth busting though, because I have had some emails that have asked questions about the 911 response itself. This is not to replace 911. This is an alternate response to 911 for residents who are struggling, who may obviously not need a sort of police response and who may be just having a mental health episode and are in distress. And it's not a 911 issue. It's more like I need help. And this help is not of a enforcement kind. I also want to say I fully support Councillor Troster's motion on governance. I believe members of council should have a say on where the alternate response is piloted. And I did have a couple questions. I was just wondering if the general manager was on the call. I know she wasn't feeling well earlier. Is she there?
Yes, I'm here, Councillor.
Hey, Claire. Hi, Claire. I just have a couple questions. So I was just wondering, we had talked a bit about the mobile crisis team. Is there any plans at all to sort of leverage the mobile crisis team or see if they can help in any way with this pilot?
Thanks for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. The Guiding Council in the next steps, together with the city and other partners who sit around the Guiding Council table, will absolutely be coordinating with other mobile crisis intervention type services that exist already in key communities and ensure that anything that's created is in addition to and not duplicating.
Yeah, no, thank you for clarifying, because I was really impressed with sort of their clinical expertise that they have at the mobile crisis team. And I thought that may be leveraged and hopefully can push things along. And then my other question was, who provides direction to the Guiding Council to carry out their mandate?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Pardon me. Excuse me. The Guiding Council is an independent group, an organization. It's funded by the city as we fund other organizations. the nonprofit organization that's working as the sponsor to the Guiding Council, because the Guiding Council is a group of 11 networks, is CESOC, the Conseil Économique d'Ottawa Carleton. And our ability to direct the work is through the service agreement and funding contract that we have with CESOC that governs that funding that goes directly to the Guiding Council. The Guiding Council works in a collective impact model. They work through consensus, and they work together to develop we'll work together to develop the next steps in this particular initiative. And that's essentially how the oversight occurs. We're one of many groups around the table, but the funding and the accountability for funding is governed through the service agreements.
Wonderful. And then my last question is, can you explain, because I find myself still a bit confused too, how this all works with the community safety and well-being plan? Does it sort of fall under it? Is the community safety well-being plan under the Guiding Council? I'm just a bit confused. Supportive, but just a bit confused.
Thank you. No, it's a wonderful question, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask Sarah Taylor, who's the director for the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, to provide just a little bit of the history. It's in the report, but maybe it would be helpful to provide a little bit of the history of how the Guiding Council came to lead our mental health pillar under the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Sarah, are you online?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, answering your question in two parts. First, within the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, under the mental wellbeing priority, the development of an alternate response with targeted outcomes is one of the commitments. And so this is our first step in following through on that commitment. In terms of the Guiding Council's relationship to the community safety and wellbeing, as Clara mentioned, it's outlined in the background of the report. So the Guiding Council was created initially through the Ottawa Police Services Board when police took forward a report around developing an alternate response to police responding to mental health crises, and recommended, given the disproportionate impact of police response on Black and racialized and Indigenous communities, that an arm's-length governance body be established at that point in time. The Police Services Board agreed to that and passed that motion. At the same time, the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan was being developed, and it was coming forward to City Council that there would be a similar sort of initiative and a similar priority emphasis placed on mental well-being and mental health. So City Council directed the City Manager to approach the Guiding Council as a way to align efforts across the municipality, specifically around this initiative around mental well-being and mental health. So the City Manager spoke with the Guiding Council, who agreed to take on that responsibility of supporting and leading the mental well-being priority based on the work they had done to date. But in particular, as Clara mentioned, the Guiding Council is made up of multiple networks, over 150 organizations who span all service delivery for mental health, substance use, and addictions across the city. So with that expertise, they agreed to take that on. The City Manager then reported back to Council on their agreement to do so. Then following that, in April of 2022, the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan provided a report outlining the governance framework and referencing the Guiding Council as how it fits into the overall framework, which Council received at that time as well.
Merci beaucoup. J'ai pas d'autres questions, Monsieur le Maire. Merci.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you, Councillor Schuster.
Pause and say how important this alternative mental health and substance use response will be for our community and for our city. It's been a long time coming, and I know that there is a strong need, and it's been vocalized by some of my colleagues. Councillor Troster is one, but I know many of us would like to see this done even faster. And I think that having this implemented will not only benefit those who are most vulnerable in our community who require these services, but it will also free up police from attending calls where they don't need to be, where they don't want to be, and they could be doing other things. So it provides a benefit, a multiple benefit in not having them respond to mental health specific calls where we could use professionals who specialize in those areas and substance use calls. And we can have the right people in the right place, freeing up our officers to do other things that they're required to do. I'm very, very pleased that staff have put this together. I want to thank them for their efforts on this. I know it's been a lot of work and effort. We have wonderful team members such as Sarah and Clara who are there, and I'm only naming a couple. But I also wanted to thank the Guiding Council too, because they have done an incredible amount of work to get us to this position. They do have a finger on the pulse to many of the grassroots organizations. And I would say that I fully support Councillor Troster's motion to include either myself as chair of Community Services Committee or Vice Chair Jessica Bradley in that role as a supportive mechanism to make sure that we're giving them what they need to move forward on this project, to see if there's any opportunities to help accelerate the rollout of the pilot aspect of it. And then of course the citywide aspect. The whole goal is to make sure we're putting the right resources in the right place at the right time to help those who need it the most. So I fully support this report and the committee's recommendations. And I do thank Councillor Troster for putting forward her motion, as well as the direction from Vice Chair Bradley. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say quickly that I fully support this motion by Councillor Troster, and thank you, Councillor Troster, for putting it forward. I definitely think the Guiding Council is a lot of work and staff a lot of work. I feel like because there is such a pressing need, there's more in my thinking, okay, now let's just get this stuff done and not continue sort of all of the long meetings of determining things I think we already know need to be done. So I'm glad that Councillor Dudas and Councillor Bradley will be there, but I'm hoping that they will then also bring information about synergies of all kinds of projects that are going on. For example, in Canada-Stittsville area, there is a movement by the provincial health team, the Four Rivers Health Team, to have an entire center where anyone who is dealing with addictions, mental health issues, and is found and helped by whoever it is, the alternate response team, is then taken to somewhere where they can get wraparound care. That is the very, I think, smartest way to go about this. If you have a team, you have a phone number, then you have somewhere to take them. That project needs to be well understood by whoever's carrying out the ongoing work. There are other projects. There are synergies with the Ottawa Hospital and paramedics. There's all kinds of other projects ongoing in this city that I think that potentially staff, councillors need to bring to that group and then maybe say, we will take it from there. So I'm not immediately saying it should stand down, but I think there are other things that could be done more quickly without having longer meetings. Maybe that sounds harsh, but I do hear how pressing it is. The other comment I will make is there's so many needs. In that document we received, there's one mention of rural. And I think I know this is a pilot. I know we have to start somewhere, but there needs to be a focus as well on all the other parts of the city. And I think that would come with more of an understanding by councillors and staff as to how much more can be done other than what's in this report. Anyway, I support this and I look forward to something actually moving along here.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff for bringing this report forward and to the work of the Guiding Council. This has been a long time coming, as the chair aptly pointed out, and the need for this service is desperate. I'm grateful for Councillor Troster's motion, and I hope that we can expedite the implementation. So as I mentioned, I wanted to wrap a bit of context around the direction that I provided to staff today. And my concern is largely around the funding strategy that's outlined in the report. We know that this project will only be successful if we make an adequate investment and treat it like it is an investment. So I was a bit surprised to see that despite the magnitude of this pilot project, that there's really no new funds being allocated or requested throughout the 3 years. So for year one, we're using the tax stabilization fund in the amount of 2 million just almost 2.5 million. And I mean, this is a bit of a gray area for me. I had talked to our treasurer about the use of this money and whether it was appropriate, because typically we see these funds being used for one-time or unforeseen expenses or to advance fund in a year outside of a budget cycle. So I understand that some of these funds will be used in 2023 so that we can start getting a move on. So I can support that, although I'm I would have rather see some funds advanced in 2023 and then an appropriate budget ask be made in 2024 as opposed to using a reserve fund. For 2025 and 2026, however, the intent is to seek upper tier funding or perhaps funding that we might be able to advocate for through Ottawa Police. And I hope that we're successful in that. However, in the absence of those funds, the recommendation is that we take the $2.1 million that the former council had allocated to be used for various different issues. And I know that this was one of them, but right now that $2.1 million is being used to fund a number of organizations in our community doing work with vulnerable populations. So I'm just wondering if the general manager can outline, just for council's information and reminder, what is that $2.1 million that's being proposed to be reallocated if we're not successful in securing upper tier funds to this project? What is that currently funding now?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, the funding is out to organizations that are supporting initiatives for youth to prevent youth gang involvement, interventions to promote youth success. And those contracts, those agreements are due to sunset in 2024.
Thanks so much. I guess where I'm struggling is that in no other service in our city would we say, you know, with a big pilot project like this, would we ask them to cover it within existing resources? And I feel like we're, you know, cutting off our foot to save our arm in this case, in that a lot of these organizations that Clara referenced are supporting vulnerable people who, you know, which we need. It's a complementary service with this crisis response team. This crisis response team will help people who are experiencing an acute episode. But these organizations that provide these types of services are stabilizing people long term. So yes, we might have an acute response, but then we won't have the capacity within different organizations to actually stabilize people. So the direction that I had put forward was simply that if by the end of Q2 2024, we don't have upper tier level funding, I just want council to be aware of that so that we can have that conversation in 2025 during budget of whether or not it makes sense to reallocate $2.1 million that's helping vulnerable populations now that will complement this program, as opposed to requesting either new money or finding an additional source. So it's not making any commitments, just that let's just have that conversation. Let's go into this with all of the information. Did we get upper tier money? Did we not get upper tier money? And is this the most appropriate reallocation? So I'll leave it there, and thank you to staff for supporting the direction.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I want to especially emphasize the thanks for the community groups that really got this off the ground, because our city wasn't there 4 years ago when a lot of these discussions started happening. And they had to push very, very hard to get this off the ground and make sure that our council was doing the right thing, that our staff was doing the right thing, and that they would come out regularly to delegate to many committees and police board and others. And really, it's as a result of their advocacy that we're here. So I think I really want to make sure we thank people like Vivek Research, 613-819 Black Hub, the African Canadian Association of Ottawa, the Alliance End Homelessness, the Barrett Center for Crisis Support, Black Ottawa Connect, Crisis Assistant Helping Out on the Streets, or CAHOOTS, the Whitebird Clinic in Eugene, Oregon, and the presentations that happen through CPO. Fabulous Addiction and Mental Health Awareness and Support Foundation, the Gerstein Crisis Center, Horizon Ottawa, Mandy Peak and the Street Resilience Project, Matt Adams, Max Ottawa, North-South Development Roots and Culture Canada, Odawa, Native Friendship Center, the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, Overdose Prevention Ottawa, Street Team Outreach Mobile Storm, Window Debway Mosuin Patrol of Thunder Bay, and 24/7 Crisis Diversion Region Edmonton, all of who have contributed to reports, have delegated, have been part of the research that got this off the ground in the first place. And we owe our debt of gratitude and thanks to those community members who I think are seeing result here today from the good work that's happened as a result of that with staff and this council, who's passed 2 unanimous motions on getting this supported. So thanks to them for getting us here, and that work continues. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. So on Councillor Troster's motion, is that carried?
Carried.
And on the committee recommendations as amended, is that carried? All right. Let's move to item 15.1, which is the advisory body review. And I know there are a number of motions related to this as well. There's a motion from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, do you have your motion? Yeah.
So I'll just read the motion in. Whereas the advisory body review report, file number 2023 OCC Gen 0008, states that the membership of most advisory committees also included one member of council in a liaison capacity, whereas community safety wellbeing plan includes a complexity of issues that impact suburban and urban wards differently, whereas the success of the community safety and wellbeing plan relies on collaboration with community partners and residents, whereas discrimination, marginalization, and racism were identified as a key priority for the plan to address. Therefore, be it resolved that Councillor King, as council liaison for the city's anti-racism and ethno-cultural relations initiatives, be appointed as a second councillor representative appointed to the Community and Safety Wellbeing Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Menard.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. Whereas the city clerk brought forward recommendations in its report to eliminate the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, and whereas the Planning, Real Estate, and Economic Development Department already has direction to and is engaging with a range of external stakeholders to advance environmental and climate change priorities, therefore be it resolved that the GM of Planning, Real Estate, and Economic Development, in consultation with other GMs, explore the feasibility of establishing an environmental and climate change interdepartmental working group, and that staff provide an update by way of a memorandum to City Council by Q4 2023, including resource needs. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Kitts, you have a couple of motions, I think.
I have two. I don't know which one you want to start with, but put one up and I'll read it. They're very similar. Or I could just start. Okay. Whereas, as outlined in the advisory body review report, each advisory committee shall include one member of council in a non-voting liaison capacity. And whereas the office of the city clerk undertook a circulation to seek expressions of interest from members of council willing to serve as the council liaison for the Community Safety and Wellbeing Advisory Committee, French Language Services Advisory Committee, and Planning Advisory Committee. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve the appointment of the following members of councils as liaison to advisory committees. 1, Councillor Hill to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Advisory Committee. 2, Councillor Leeper to the Planning Advisory Committee. And 3, Councillor Plant to the French Language Services Advisory Committee. And I'll read the second one. Whereas the process for recruitment and appointment for new members of the French Language Services Advisory Committee and Planning Advisory Committee will begin upon council approval of the recommendations set out in the advisory body review report. And whereas in accordance with the appointment policy for council appointed public members of committees, boards, and other external authorities, a selection panel comprised of 2 members of council and a representative of the mayor's office would be responsible for reviewing applications and making recommendations to council on appointments to advisory committees. And whereas the office of the city clerk has undertaken a circulation for expressions of interest to seek members of council interested in serving on the selection panels for FLSAC and PAC. Therefore, be it resolved that council appoint Councillors Leeper and Derouz to the selection panel for the Planning Advisory Committee, and be it further resolved that council appoint Councillors Plant and Johnson to the selection panel for the French Language Services Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We also need members fairly quickly on the zoning bylaw sponsors group. Whereas the City of Ottawa is preparing a new zoning bylaw to implement the new official plan, with staff anticipated to deliver the final draft of the bylaw to council in 2025. And whereas a council sponsors group to support this work was initially formed during the 2018-2022 term of council, with 5 members of council representing the east, southwest, rural, and central portions of the city, as well as the general manager of planning, real estate, and economic development, or a designate, and other city staff as needed. And whereas new members are required for the 2022-2026 term of council, and whereas during the Finance and Corporate Services Committee's consideration of the advisory board body review report, the office of the city clerk was directed to circulate expressions of interest to members of council to participate in the reconstituted new zoning bylaw project council sponsors group That is a sexy name. And bring forward recommended appointments to the July 12th, 2023 meeting of council in consultation with the mayor and chair of planning and housing committee. And whereas a total of 9 expressions of interest were received, therefore be it resolved that the members of council be appointed to the new zoning bylaw council sponsors group for the 2022-2026 term of council. 1, Councillor Leeper, 2, Councillor Gower, 3, Councillor Johnson, 4, Councillor Hill, 5, Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. And finally, Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Maire. In reviewing document 6, which provides the guidance on working group, I realized I had a number of concerns about how some of the groups are operating. And I proposed a large number of amendments to the document. In speaking with the clerk, he and I chatted, and one of the things we thought of was doing sort of a sponsors group on working groups so we can see how many of these exist and what they're all doing. So I'll just read the motion right now, and I wanted to thank Mr. O'Connor for helping me flesh this out. Whereas as outlined in the advisory body review report, department-led working groups are an ad hoc advisory committees established by staff to provide advice to staff and are not established under legislations and are not considered to be local boards. And whereas document 6 that sets out procedural guidance for department-led working groups that is to be regularly reviewed through the city's governance review process to address any emerging issues and to ensure new case law and our best practices are reflected. And whereas council may wish to pursue more rigorous accountability and transparency mechanisms for department-led working groups than is proposed in the staff report and would benefit from further analysis, including how existing working groups would be impacted before implementing any changes on how staff engage with the working groups. Therefore, be it resolved that document 6 be referred back to staff and staff be directed to prepare an inventory of existing department-led working groups, including the mandate membership and current operating procedures, review additional options for increasing the accountability, transparency, and documentation requirements of department-led working groups and for the legal and operation impacts of the potential changes. Be it further resolved that council strike as council sponsors group to work with the city clerk to review comprised of up to 5 members of council that do not form quorum of any standing committee, and be it further resolved that the office of the city clerk report back with updated recommendations for department-led working groups for council consideration as part of 2022-2026 midterm government's review. Merci.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Okay, so happy to have people speak to any of this or ask questions, but just so to make sure we're getting the order right, when we do vote, we'll vote on the 2 motions that actually affect the structure, which are the motions by Conseillère Plante and Councillor Menard. And then we'll vote on the advisory body recommendations as amended. And then we'll vote on the motions that relate to the membership of the advisory bodies. Okay, so nobody has their hand up, so I'm going to move to the voting. So on the motion by Conseillère Plante, is that carried? And the motion by Councillor Menard, is that carried? So then the report recommendations as amended, is that carried? And then the motion by Councillor Carr, is that carried? Yes, carried. And then there are 2 motions by Councillor Kitts. First is on the French Language Services Advisory Committee and the Planning Advisory Committee and the Community Safety and Wellbeing Advisory Committee. Is that carried? And then the second is on the Planning Advisory Committee. Is that the same one? The selection panels, right, thank you. Is that carried? And then finally, Councillor Leeper's motion, is that carried? Okay, that completes item 15.1. We'll move now to item 15.2, and there is a proposed amendment from Councillor Menard. Councillor Menard?
Thanks very much, Mayor. The amendment is underlined where the change would come in. I'll just read through. Whereas removing the reversionary covenant from the title of this land precludes this land from returning to the city for future disposal, and whereas this land was previously disposed of for $1 under the condition it would be used for a not-profit use. And whereas council is approving its new term of council priorities today, and whereas the first priority listed in that document is affordable housing, and whereas council should be explicit that the proceeds generated from the removal of the reversionary covenant from title to 1967 Riverside Drive are not specifically earmarked to return to the Ottawa Hospital, that they could be put towards other objectives if council so decides. Therefore, be it resolved that recommendation 3 be amended as follows. Direct staff to hold the estimated $12.9 million uplift in value of the covenant in a separate account until such time as the commercial contractual negotiations are finalized and council considers, and this is the change that would be here. A, how best to spend these funds in light of its new term of council priorities, such as affordable housing, and that's the entire change. B, a final direction regarding the municipal local share contribution requested for the new Ottawa Hospital Civic Campus. Okay, Mayor.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Okay. All right. So yeas and nays on this motion then?
Councillor.
This is on the Councillor Menard motion, and then we'll vote on the committee recommendation.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Plante. Councillor Plante. Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Stein.
Yes.
Councillor DeRose.
No.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche.
No.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Luloff. Councillor Luloff.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
15 yeas, 7 nays.
Thank you. And then on the report as amended, the committee recommendation as amended, is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, item 15.3 is the 1280 Trim Road application. I believe somebody wanted that held. Who was it that wanted that held? Someone asked for that to be held? Okay, actually, while I was asking that, Councillor Luloff put his hand up, so I'll go to him first, and then Councillor Leeper, if you have questions, we can go to you. Okay, Councillor Luloff, go ahead. Councillor Luloff, you're on mute.
Sorry about that, Your Worship. I had an opportunity to speak about this quite a bit at committee, so I won't belabor the point. It's before us today, prior to the end of the review. As in fairness, this came in before we decided that we were going to do a review of CIP applications. This meets the criteria of the CIP application. The property as it currently stands right now is a rusty old hangar with zero employment on it. With this grant, which it has been demonstrated, this development would not move forward without this grant. It would not be feasible. We're looking at upwards of 75 new jobs in a traditionally economically depressed area. We would have liked to have seen affordable housing on the site. However, zoning does not allow for it, and neither does the secondary plan or the official plan. I think that this is a good use of the property with quite a few new businesses coming in here, and I would request that my council colleagues please support this application today. It did pass at committee 10-2, so very strong support at the committee level, and hoping that we might be able to see that strong support again today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions for staff. I just want to know how this relates to being a transit-oriented development. I was concerned when I asked the owner of the property, I apologize, I forgot his name, talking about automotive business being there. And I realize that it's not been designated for housing, but because of the zoning right now, but it doesn't sound like it's oriented towards active transportation or, for either pedestrians or cycling. So how is that taken into account?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To your question, Councillor, as you noted, the uses are permitted by the current zoning. It's more of an employment area. One of the requirements that would be implemented through the site plan would be some of those enhancements in terms of pedestrian connectivity and improvements on site, relationship to the street. So those would be worked through, subject to this grant being approved through the site plan process.
Can you tell me how you came up with 75 jobs? Like, how is that figured out?
I believe that was based on the tentative leases with the various property users on the site provided by the applicant. There was some discussion at committee. If you need further detail, I can ask Mr. Cope to come to the table.
I also want to know if this is something where I realize this is a site plan question, but in terms of parking, are we eliminating parking because it's near transit? Reducing it rather?
To your question, we would not be eliminating parking. The applicant would be required to meet the zoning bylaw parking requirements. Given its proximity to transit, we would certainly be looking to minimize the amount of parking, ensure there's no oversupply of parking, ensure there's good bicycle parking on site and good connections, as I mentioned earlier.
What about having a Main Street feel? Because that's something we're trying to achieve across the city, particularly near transit. So will it be right up to the sidewalk, having businesses, local businesses?
Yes, thank you for the follow-up question. That is one of the requirements we'll be looking at in terms of how those buildings will improve the streetscape, address the street and the public realm. So that's built into the process.
So does that mean there's parking at the back? But it's still lots of parking?
Certainly, that would be the objective. A site plan application has not been submitted as of yet, so I can't comment on specifics at this time.
Okay, thank you. After just coming back from FCM about a month ago and seeing what they're doing down there, we went on a tour. I just find that we're not there yet when we're looking at approving applications to be near transit and to give that feeling that we're truly serious about things that are going to be transit oriented and active transportation oriented. I can't support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. This area is going to be very special in the future because LRT is coming to Trim Road. Obviously, the investments that we're making in that project are very large and will benefit economic activity in that area tremendously. It's my view, and I suspect a lot of people in Ottawa is that we can likely be more ambitious than subsidizing 3 one-story buildings for private commercial use. If there's demand for restaurants, brick and mortar retail, or any other commercial use, that will be built without sacrificing taxpayer dollars. With LRT coming to this land, it's prime real estate. And so subsidizing single-story commercial units just a stone's throw from a future LRT is, in my view, a bad use of public funds. And this is public funds. It's not free money. Investing in LRT is already a massive multi-billion-dollar investment spurring economic development here. We are also overseeing a citywide upzoning exercise through our planning committee, which I support. The latter will see the profitability and value of land increase all over Ottawa, especially along corridors presently targeted by CIPs. I think the rest of council also knows we have a review ongoing here. That review is supposed to report back in less than a couple of months. And so for the sake of taxpayers, in terms of funding this initiative, we should probably wait for that review to be done and come back here. I think members of council also know that we've earmarked over $150 million in the last 15 years for brownfield and SIP programs, with over 90 million earmarked in the last 5 years alone. $90 million in the last 5 years. And so I think this begs the question, is this value for money? And I think there's likely other investments that we could be doing this for, such as the affordable housing SIP that we're talking about getting started. And so if you look at the tax increment equivalent grant that would be payable here to Trimworks Development following the payment of annual property taxes, it would total a maximum of $1.2 million. And that would accrue over the 10-year period. The city is only expected to take in $419,000 in new municipal property taxes. So a 3-to-1 margin. I just think there's a better use of funds here. That's why we've got the review going on here. If the zoning doesn't support affordable housing, that's why the zoning activity is going on now to change those sorts of things, particularly near LRT. So more taxpayer dollars for this sort of thing shouldn't happen. And we should wait for that review to come back, which I'll support and look forward to discussing at the time. But I think in this case, Mayor, this is not something I'm going to support at this time. And I hope that we see in the future our staff come back with a big change to really show value for money. Because right now, the way it's structured, every property taxpayer in Ottawa would love a grant. They love a taxpayer rebate on their property taxes that they pay if they add an addition to their home or if they build something new. They'd all love one. They'd all love a tax grant. And right now, the way the program's structured, we would see benefit in all of those with giving a large municipal grant. So I think in this place, for the sake of taxpayers, we shouldn't be supporting this at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. I'll just reiterate, as I did at committee, that I won't be supporting this proposal, not because I'm opposed to it on its own merits, but because I did say that I would not support any CIPs until we receive the review, which we're expecting in a couple of months. So I'll be voting against the motion on that basis. So I've heard a few people say they're voting against it. So can we please do yeas and nays on this?
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Lowe?
Yes.
Councillor Bradley?
No.
Councillor Menard?
No.
Councillor Plante?
Oui.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
No.
Councillor Devine?
No.
Councillor DeRuse?
Yes.
Councillor Troster?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor Hill?
Yes.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor DesRoches?
Oui.
Councillor Kelly? Councillor Luloff?
Oui, et merci pour le soutien.
Councillor Curry?
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
No.
18 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, it's carried. Let's move to item 20, motions of which notice has previously been given. There is the motion from Councillor Brockington on the special considerations program expansion. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. So colleagues, I read this motion at our last meeting, and I appreciate the chair of the committee, Councillor Menard, for seconding it. So on June the 14th, council considered the staff report regarding curbside waste diversion policy. And as you know, we approved the motion that set out a firm 3-bag limit of garbage. The original staff report included a recommendation that the current special considerations program be expanded to also include non-hazardous medical waste. This particular matter was not included or addressed as part of our final decision. And following the decision, a number of people who emit hazardous waste inquired with my office about whether or not this was included, and it is not. So working with staff, developed this motion to include households that produce hazardous medical waste. It's costed, it's included in the motion here, and I would ask that full support. This is not just an issue that exists in my ward, it's an issue in households across the city in every ward, and I think this is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Is the motion carried?
Yes.
I inadvertently skipped over item 19 on the agenda, the motion to adopt reports. So Councillor Kavanaugh, if you would, please.
Merci. Que le rapport de directrice municipale de interim intitulé
That the report from the interim city manager entitled Proposed 2023-2026 Term of Council Priority. Report number 5 of Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. Report number 7 from the Built Heritage. Number 4, Community Services. Report 6 from the Finance and Corporate Services. Report 10 from the Housing and Planning Department. Report number 6 from the Transit Commission. And City Clerk report entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for items subject to the Planning Act. Explanation requirements at the City Council meeting of June 28, 2023, be received and adopted as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Is that carried? Carried. Thank you. Motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. There is a motion from Councillor Dudas, which I believe it relates to, it's of a time-sensitive nature, correct? Which is why you're asking for the rules to be suspended. On suspension of the rules, is that carried? Councillor Dudas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for considering this at today's meeting. I will read this in. I just wanted to start by saying I'm taking this from a number of different perspectives. One, I'm taking this as a politician who, as several of us, many of us around this table have been through the convoy of the last term, the derecho, ice storms, all of the natural disasters and human-made disasters that our city has undertaken and overcome over the last many years, and how vital it was for us to be able to share information not only generated by our own city, but also generated by local news media, and how relevant that was, local that was, and focused that was on being able to meet the needs of our residents. And I'm also taking this motion in terms of being a former journalist. I was a journalist for over 10 years. I worked in Stratford at the Beacon Herald. I worked at the Ottawa Sun. I worked at different news outlets. And I knew how important it was for local reporters to be on the ground and to be sharing information that mattered to people, particularly people who lived in the community. So this motion is specific to a national situation where content is being blocked by Meta, and I will read it because it goes into quite a lot of detail. But I did want to give that kind of preamble as to the context as to why I wanted to bring this forward today. Whereas Meta has announced it has already started blocking Canadian news content and links on its Instagram and Facebook platforms, and whereas Meta has categorically refused to comply with the Federal Online News Act and instead chosen to disadvantage 40 million Canadians, including over 1 million plus residents in Ottawa, by removing the ability to share local and national news on their platforms. Whereas in the past several years, Ottawa has faced horrendous natural disasters, including tornadoes, flooding, a derecho, ice storms, heat waves, as well as other emergencies, such as last year's convoy, and most significantly, a global pandemic. In all of these situations, the ability to share local news with residents was critically essential. Whereas Meta's decision would severely impact the ability of both the City of Ottawa and individual members of council to share information with residents and eliminate our ability to share critical updates from local media. Whereas recognizing and utilizing all available media may at times be required for disseminating critical and public safety information, as well that existing communications plans may contain budgetary and contractual legal obligations. Whereas Ottawa residents have a fundamental right to a strong, free, and independent press, one that is not censored by American social media giants. Whereas access to reliable quality news information prepared by independent journalists and media is essential to any healthy functioning democracy. Therefore, be resolved that any new non-critical advertising campaigns by Public Information and Media Relations, PIMR, at the discretion of the Chief Communications Officer, be suspended on all Meta-owned platforms, and be it further resolved that the suspension lasts until Meta resumes discussions with the Government of Canada or reverses its ban on placing Canadian media news stories on its platforms. And be it further resolved that this motion be shared with the Ontario Premier's Office, local members of Parliament, local members of Provincial Parliament, and all Ontario municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dudas, for bringing this forward. I just wanted to confirm, perhaps with staff, that this would relate only to PIMR and would not include other organizations such as Ottawa Public Health.
Yes, that is correct. PIMR is the corporate communications, and it would not relate to Ottawa Public Health.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I would not be able to support this if it did include Ottawa Public Health, because I know that losing the ability to use paid advertising to boost posts on Facebook would have a definite impact on their communications. And in discussions with them, I know that the concern would be difficult to reach populations, and also the fact that Facebook ads are so cost efficient, especially compared to traditional media. So just wanted to I mean, I understand that PIMR is supportive of the motions, and I'm less familiar with how PIMR currently leverages Facebook, but wanted to confirm that a decrease in engagement or ability to reach diverse populations is not a concern.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Mayor, yes, we do use Facebook. We do use it to reach diverse populations. However, in the motion, we are identifying critical communications as being exempt, and that would be at the discretion. So we will be creating a criteria around that. What does that mean to ensure that we meet the greatest needs of the organization?
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, and thanks for my colleague for raising this issue. When the government passed Bill C-11 and Bill C-18, it made it far more expensive for social media companies and streaming services to carry Canadian content. So this is leading now to the crowding out of moderate content steeped in Canadian context in favor of context from other countries, which is not a good development. And Meta, the company that owns Facebook and Instagram, has now banned the sharing of Canadian news on its platforms in response to the passing of this federal government legislation. you know, when a child teases a dog that he doesn't know and the dog bites the child's hand, you don't blame the dog. And so I cannot support this. Providing less information is a bad thing. We want to make sure that we are getting as much information out to the public as possible. When I'm out knocking on doors and speaking to people in the community, in fact, I had a public meeting yesterday with a member of the public who told me that he was not aware of the Orleans secondary plan study that was going on, despite the fact that we had buck slipped and used the tools that Meta offers to get things out. We need to bolster our communications with residents, not get ourselves in between the federal government and Meta. It's been stated by Meta that there is no opportunity for discussions like we saw in Australia with the Australian government when they passed legislation quite similar to Bill C-18, that clause was not included in the Canadian legislation. And so as far as Meta is concerned, the discussion is over. And I worry that by passing this motion today, that we are severely tying our hands in our ability to reach residents on platforms that they mostly use. The uptake in Ottawa on Facebook is far higher than any other platform. And so with all due respect to my colleague that I absolutely adore, there's no way that I can support this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I guess I just have a few questions and then likely some comments. Just to the mover, why is it only including Meta and not Google as well?
So in response to that, and once again, if there's any further questions to staff, I'm happy to pass it back to Andrea. But once again, it is because of the blatant bullying tactic, certainly by Meta, that has been perpetuated by Meta, who has also started the process already of content blocking, basically of them not willing to have those conversations. But I will stress that, you know, once again, I purposely wrote this with the aspect of looking at our local media, at the impact of us as politicians being able to share local news and information. We are only privy to so much detail in our own work and lives to be able to share those details. And I recall during some of those instances of natural disasters, the tornado in Orleans and different flooding across our city, we're being able to share a local, you know, CBC Ottawa article or, you know, a citizen article got the information out much quicker. So I am going to just be very clear that, you know, I am focusing on the impact on local media. If at some point we do wish to expand it to Alphabet and others, I'm happy to entertain that. But at this point in time, I felt that this was the most prudent and targeted measure.
Yeah, I just understand Google's taking the same approach, and again, another area that we advertise on. I guess I wish we weren't actually having this conversation. I don't think it belongs at this table in the first place, but I know we're here now. So I guess to our colleagues in Pimmer, what percentage of advertising do you do on Facebook of your advertising?
Approximately, excuse me, 20% of our advertising is on Meta platforms.
Okay. Thank you. That's a lot. And, you know, I agree with previous comments around sort of the Australian model versus the France model on this. Again, I don't really want to be discussing this, but we're here. And I think, you know, the solution that's been put forward is not going to, it's performative in my view, and it's going to affect our residents in a negative way. And if we're really looking at a solution, I think France has a better solution where they've actually taxed the big tech companies, and that has had a greater impact than what's being put forward. This is a federal government issue, Mayor. I know we've talked about this around this table of why we're debating federal government issues. And I'm struggling to just even discuss it because I don't think it belongs to the table. So, you know, I could propose an amendment here to say, let's try to push the federal government to do what France did instead of what Australia did, but I just don't think it's our place. So I don't think I can support the motion as it is. I don't think we should be talking about it in the first place, and just appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover for bringing this forward. I guess where I'm struggling is that I don't understand the impact of what we're deciding today. So 20% of our advertising is on Facebook. We don't have criteria about what would be critical versus non-critical. So would a rec program be a non-critical advertisement that we would stop doing? And I assume that we track the return on investment of these ads that we do. And so how many new signups do we get for a rec program when we advertise on Facebook? And are we looking at a potential revenue impact if we decide to limit where we advertise these things? So for me, I appreciate the intention, and it could potentially be an effective tool, but I don't know what impact it could have to the community, to our revenue, to our programming, which ads we wouldn't put forward, which ones we would. So on that basis, I can't support it. But perhaps if the mover was open to deferring this so that we could get information like that and better understand the impact, I could potentially come on board. But just in the absence of that information, I don't know what broader impact it would have as an organization. So I guess I'll put that question to the mover.
I appreciate, this is timely. Right. And I go back to my comments to Councillor Menard. Google's at the table talking, right? But we have Meta who's not. And once again, truly, this might be symbolic, right? At the end of the day, PIMR might decide that there is a critical path. They have to share information and they share it through Meta, and that will be available to them through this motion. I didn't want to bind our city's hands too much, but frankly, it is inappropriate for an American social media giant to bully local or national media in Canada. I just can't abide by it. I can't stand for it. So that is why it is here today. It is timely. There are decisions that are going to be made by our corporate communications team. I'm sorry, I'm not using PIMR. I'm using the old name, that will sign us up for contracts with Meta, that if we don't decide this today, we'll tie our hands for a short period of time. So that is why I wanted us to make a decision. If this passes, I truly hope for people's support. If it doesn't, so be it. But the fact is that it is imperative that we make this decision at some point, and I felt that it was necessary to bring it up. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I guess my question to staff then is, do we track when we do a Facebook advertisement for a recreation program, do we track that return on investment so that the ad cost X and that it generated X number of signups to a class? Like, is that the level of detail that we would track when we're deciding where to use our advertising dollars?
I would have to consult with my colleagues in Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services.
Mr. Mayor, I can say that for certain applications, we certainly do track it. And the notable example for us is the cultural programs, theaters, for example, where using Facebook to promote things that are underselling, for example, show immediate and generally pretty positive results. So it is, especially on the paid stream, a pretty effective approach to generating new business for very targeted applications. We also see good response, not necessarily measured in sales, but certainly for things like seasonal registration dates and promoting those. A broader awareness gets picked up when those vehicles are used. So we do know that it is an effective tool for us.
Thank you for that. And I guess on that basis, obviously, we want to be able to support our recreational programs. We want to make sure that that revenue is coming in, that communities are aware of the offerings that we have at the city. And so the potential for revenue loss here could be impactful. And so unfortunately, while I appreciate the intent and I very much appreciate the work that our journalists do here in Canada and want to support them as best that I can, I'm not sure that this is the right measure right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would love to support the motion, but I think it's a premature, and I don't know why even we're discussing this at our council table. I understand it's symbolic. We need to support our journalism and everything, but we're also gonna hurt our recreational, our Facebook, believe it or not, it reach out to so many other demographic. And I gotta agree with Councillor Bradley and Councillor Menard and Councillor Ruloff. Like, this is really, it's not, the time of it is not now, and I think we should, if we can defer it for another time, and I understand the sensitivity of time, but really, what is the time? This is a federal matter, and we're getting involved in the federal politic again. Symbolically, we do agree with our journalists and with the Canadian newspapers and everything, but I don't think this is our place to discuss this. So I cannot even support that. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeRose. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting the motion, but I definitely appreciate the spirit and principle of the fight that Councillor Dudas is trying to wage there. I do appreciate that. But I agree with my colleagues that it doesn't feel that this is our fight to fight. But also I am concerned about the impact on our residents. So I just want to follow up on a question to staff. So we heard just a while ago, you said that this represents, our Meta advertising represents 20% of your advertising budget, which is significant. I guess I'm more concerned, or what I want to hear more specifically is not just what budget level, but what reach and return on investment does that 20% wager. From my own small experiences in advertising, my return on investment from Facebook has always been splendid. So does the reach we have through our Facebook advertising, is it pay off significantly more? I know this, I'm not looking for granular answers like, you know, how many theater tickets we get from it, but does the ROI on that 20% of advertising pay off more than to our other platforms and channels? Print advertising, all bus ads, everything?
In terms of reach, through advertising on Meta, we have access to about 818,000 accounts. So whether those are individuals or not, but it is accounts. So in terms of reach, that is larger than circulations and such of other channels. But we don't necessarily reach all, of course, 818,000 with every ad, but that is the potential.
And generally, in terms of the impressions that you get from all of your advertising streams, does it generally feel that you're getting greater ROI on your Meta advertising than on other forms of advertising, whether they be digital or not?
The unique thing with Meta is it is trackable. To be completely honest, much of our other advertising we can't compare because we don't necessarily get the engagement, and it's measured very, very differently. So it's quite difficult to make that direct comparison.
And we don't have surveys that indicate, how did you hear about this thing or how did you hear about that program? All right. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support the motion. It's funny with Facebook and other social media, we all kind of agree it's bad for democracy, bad for local news, bad for mental health of kids and adults. And yet we're still reluctant to step back from it, whether it's spending money or spending time on it. So I'm going to support the motion, and maybe we should relook at the city's approach to social media in general at a later date. I know we find far better engagement and reach via our email newsletter, our community newspaper, and other traditional methods. And I would encourage staff, if this motion passes, to look at reinvesting that 20% into local media, whether it's online or offline, and support our local initiatives. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been listening back and forth to this. In the end of the day, I think I'm going to support the motion. The value proposition of Facebook is that you can go to Facebook and there are links from your friends to articles that they think are interesting. And because the eyeballs are there, they're drawing the ad revenue so that there is less ad revenue available to support great local journalism. All of us have seen the size of the Ottawa Citizen shrink. We've seen the mergers in the sector. We've seen the layoffs and the cuts at CTV. All of us are concerned about the state of local journalism, which is intimately tied to the state of our local democracy. If Facebook is not willing to put some contribution from the value, the real value that it derives from having people go to its platform to see the links shared that lead to the media that we're trying to support. And if in return, in responding to government legislation that would try to force them to, they're blocking us from trying to share links to content that we think is important to share with our residents, that is bullying. And I realize that it's hard for the city to say we're not going to advertise on Facebook anymore in response to that, because it is so effective. All of us know a lot of the best engagement we have is on Facebook. If we want to tell a lot of people something quickly, we go to Facebook and we share that content. But we're being bullied into not being able to, and we can't stand for that. Laura, I'm going to support this. I think it's a courageous motion to bring today, and I'm happy to take that stance with you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Yeas and nays, please, on the motion.
Councillor Brockington,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
No.
Councillor Bradley,
No.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Plante,
Oui.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
No.
Councillor DeRuse,
No.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney, Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
No.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Hill,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche.
No.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Luloff,
No, merci.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
11 yeas, 12 nays.
Okay, thank you. We have another motion requiring suspension of the rules of procedure from Conseiller Plante with regards to a brownfields grant application at 200 Baribeau Street and 70 Nicholas Street. And my understanding is that to suspend the rules, this would require a 3/4 support of council. Is that right?
Yes,
Mr. Mayor. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yep. So it would require a 3/4 vote to suspend the rules. Yes.
3/4 of members present and voting. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So just a point of order, Mr. Mayor, because there's been new information since we last discussed this issue, do we still need the 3/4 voted? 3/4 of councillors to vote for the motion?
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, to vote on this item today, because notice was not given at the prior meeting of council, yes, 3/4 of members present and voting would have to agree to suspend the rules to consider it today.
Even though there's new information?
Mr. Mayor, it's the provision providing for notice at the previous meeting that is being waived in this instance.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order. I don't think that's the question she's asked. She's not asking about the procedural component. She's asking about the actual content of the vote, I believe.
Are you asking, Conseiller Plante, are you asking about the vote to suspend the rules and consider the motion today, or are you asking about the vote on the motion itself?
The vote on the motion itself.
So you're asking whether the vote on the motion itself would require 3/4 because it is reconsideration of the December decision regarding suspending brownfields applications. Is that right?
Due to new information, yes. Thank you, Councillor Hill.
Okay. Did you want to speak to that?
Mr. Mayor, suspension of the rules will be required unless the chair, mayor, is of the opinion that there is new information that, if known at the time of the original vote, would have led to a different decision. Notwithstanding that, the matter is not before council as notice has not been waived.
Okay, so in the first instance, though, it requires a 3/4 vote of council to suspend the rules to consider the motion, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so on suspension of the rules, I'll ask for a recorded vote on that, please.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Bradley,
No.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Plante,
Oui.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse,
No.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney, Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Hill,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche,
No.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Luloff,
Yeah.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
No.
13 yeas, 10 nays. That is not 3/4 of members present and voting.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
So my understanding is that, is it now automatically a notice of motion to the next meeting, or would it then be
Yeah, that's my question.
by Conseil Plante as a notice of motion?
Should the member wish to have this as a notice of motion, it would be notice of motion for the next council meeting.
Yeah.
I would like to have that, please.
Okay, so would you like,
Merci.
yeah, Conseil Plante, then feel free, you can introduce the motion if you like as a notice of motion now, because we're moving to notice of motion anyway, so you can introduce it as a notice.
I'll wait for it to be pulled up. Merci, Eric. Whereas December 14th, 2022 City Council meeting on motion 2022-0420 as amended was approved, which suspended the City Brownfield Grant Program for any new application or applications that have yet to be considered by City Council. And whereas a request for a Brownfield Grant application at 200 Baribeau Street was submitted and completed prior to the program suspension. And whereas an additional request for a Brownfield Grant at 70 Nicholas Street was also submitted and completed prior to the program suspension, and whereas in order for the Brownfield Grant application at 200 Baribeau Street and 70 Nicholas Street to proceed for consideration, the sites must be exempted from Council Motion 2022-420 as amended, and whereas Ottawa declared a housing crisis in 2019 and these projects will contribute 85 townhomes and 287 rental units, whereas the SIP and Brownfield review reports have been delayed, therefore be it resolved that Council amend Motion 2022-0420 from December 14th meeting at Council to include the following properties as among those excluded from the provisions of the motion: 200 Baribeau, 70 Nicholas. Be it further resolved that staff in planning, real estate and economic development, PRED, be directed to bring individual Brownfield Grant application reports for 200 Baribeau and 770 Nicholas Street forward for consideration at the next meeting of the Finance Corporate Services Committee. Merci.
Merci, Conseil Plante. So other notices of motion, Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the administration of the vacant unit tax, the VUT, is an unparalleled annual bureaucratic burden on over 330,000 Ottawa households. And whereas over 330,000 households were threatened with a late filing penalty of $250 and a fine of up to $10,000.
Whereas preliminary reporting from staff found that 12,980 Ottawa households declared after the deadline and were not waived for 2023 would have paid roughly $3.2 million in fines. Whereas the VUT is the only tax or service administered by the City of Ottawa that subjects a yearly reverse onus requirement on all residential property owners. And whereas the VUT disadvantages seniors, snowbirds, deployed military service personnel, those with disabilities, new Canadians, those with limited access to computers and or the internet, and many other vulnerable groups, as the annual declarations apply strict timelines and are required to be primarily made online with only limited options made available for accessibility or those who cannot access the internet. Whereas Ottawa City Councillors have heard from residents who were blindsided by having the VUT applied to them, including seniors on short stays at retirement facilities, residents who are downsizing but require time to go through a lifetime's worth of possessions, those with family-owned cottages no longer classified as such due to development sprawl, and rural residents with long-time abandoned structures on their properties. Whereas the VUT report approved by Council in 2022, the document established the VUT tax in Ottawa stated that staff attempted to estimate the number of properties that would be vacant using various approaches and data sources. These approaches all suggest that the number of vacant properties in Ottawa subject to the residential vacant unit tax would be between 0.5% and 0.75% of the 330,000 eligible units. In Vancouver, 1% of the eligible properties are subject to the tax. Toronto expects the tax to apply to 1% of their units. Using Vancouver's results as a proxy for measurement, city staff adjusted the results for multiple factors, such as the balance between condo apartment units and single dwellings. Whereas further within that report, staff anticipated a vacancy rate of 0.5%, citing the demographics, differences of the Ottawa market, and staff further noted the property speculation has not been as prevalent in Ottawa compared to Vancouver and Toronto. Whereas Vancouver, recognized as the Canadian city with the most serious concerns regarding vacant units, only had 2,193 of vacant units out of 186,000 of the total units, roughly 1%, in its first year of a VUT. And whereas Toronto's VUT in its first year found that of 775,000 households, only 2,100 units were vacant, roughly about 0.27%, whereas city staff's data and estimation for the number of vacant units in Ottawa was around 1,650, whereas preliminary numbers from staff shared that out of 336,865 units, a whopping 3,268 units were declared vacant under Ottawa's VUT criteria, producing a declared vacancy rate of 0.97%, whereas a further 2,836 properties were deemed vacant by staff, bringing the total number of vacant units to 6,104, a rate of 1.8%, nearly double that of Vancouver, 4.3 times that of Toronto, and over triple staff's original predictions. Whereas even if all of the 1,909 notices of complaints currently filed were successful, that still leaves Ottawa with a vacancy rate of somehow 250% higher than staff's predictions, contrasted against Vancouver and Toronto, where staff overestimated vacancy rates. And whereas either Ottawa is Canada's most vacant city by orders of magnitude, or more realistically, the VUT is being improperly applied to Ottawa residents. Therefore, it be resolved that the vacant unit tax bylaw number 2022-135 be rescinded effective January 1st, 2024, and no VUT be applied to properties for the year of 2023 tax year.
Carried.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Next notice of motion is from Councillor Carr.
Okay. Whereas certain standing committees and board chairs receive additional budget support equivalent to a full or half full-time equivalent position in recognition of an increased workload, and so that work related to the committee board position does not take away from the members' responsibilities to their ward constituents. And whereas standing committee vice chairs and ward councillors who are appointed to local boards based on the geographic location or focus of the particular board do not receive increased support, even though the committee board positions also result in increased workload. And whereas female members of council currently count for only 2 chair 2 of 12 chair positions on council standing committees while accounting for 8 of 12 vice chair positions, and in some instances must also sit on one or more local boards due to ward-specific appointments, which means council's current approach to providing additional support and recognition for increased workload is not equitable from a gender equity lens perspective. And whereas Ottawa City Council has implemented various initiatives and policy changes to address matters relating to gender equity, including but not limited to striving for gender and regional balance in the deputy mayor rotation list, continuing the council liaison for women and gender equity role during the term of council, and stating in the appointment policy that appointments should be undertaken with a view to achieving the City of Ottawa's goal to have a 50% representation of women and or non-binary people, and to have representation from other equity-serving groups, including those who identify as Indigenous, Black, racialized people with disabilities, and 2 LGBTQ+ individuals on all city advisory committees. And whereas on December 7th, 2022, Council considered the 2022 to 2026 Council Governance Review and approved a recommendation that chairs and vice chairs be appointed, and Council considers the 2022 to 2026 midterm governance review report. And whereas the midterm governance review process also provides an opportunity to tweak the standing committee structure and check in with members regarding their workload, as well as any recommended changes. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council direct the City Clerk to include the following matters relating to standing committee and board governance as part of the 2022 to 2026 midterm governance review process. 1, a review of additional support provided to leadership roles such as committee and board chairs and ward position specific appointments as described in this motion, including but not limited to reviewing current levels and allocation of funding, and reviewing proposed approaches that would provide for committee vice chairs and or ward position specific appointments to receive additional support and recognition of increased workload. 2, that consideration be given to ensuring gender equity among committee chairs through the midterm governance review process. And 3, that members of council be consulted regarding their committee and board workload, and that amendments to committee membership and or potential reduction in the size of committees be considered should members raise workload concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just give me a second here. Need to bring it up. Okay. Yeah, my motion is regarding Municipal Elections Act, a review for third-party advertisers. Whereas all municipal elections in Ontario are governed by the Municipal Elections Act 1996, the MEA, and whereas in 2016, Bill 181, the Municipal Elections Modernization Act, amended the MEA to introduce regulations regarding third-party advertising during municipal elections, and whereas a third-party advertisement refers to a paid advertisement in any broadcast, print, electronic, or other medium that promotes and supports or opposes a candidate in the election, or a yes or no answer to a question on a ballot. And whereas the MEA requires that a third-party advertiser register with the city clerk of the municipality before they incur expenses related to the third-party advertising. And whereas the MEA provides that the city clerk is responsible for the administration and conduct of the election, and whereas in accordance with the MEA, neither the city clerk nor any other city employee have a role in investigating concerns related to third-party advertising, and whereas the MEA does not provide an enforcement framework for the contravention of the third-party advertising rules, leading to an inconsistent approach to enforcement across Ontario municipalities, and whereas the province of Ontario typically reviews the MEA following every regular municipal election, therefore, be it resolved that City Council request that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, 1, review the MEA to provide clarity regarding who is responsible for the enforcement of the contraventions of the third-party advertising provisions. Consider the adjudication and investigation of the complaints made during the campaign period. C, review spending limits for third-party advertisers. D, remove the ability for corporations and unions to donate to third-party advertising campaigns. And E, review in-kind donations to candidates seeking municipal office, including the provision of volunteers or campaign staff to these candidates. F, permit the city to develop tools to enhance the provision that candidates not direct or otherwise cooperate with third-party advertisers. And two, in the absence of an enforcement framework, add an opt-out provision allowing municipalities to determine if third-party advertising is to be permitted in their municipal elections. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Conseiller Plante, I think you have two more notices of motion.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Maire. Okay, silencio. Okay, whereas we know that
Mayor,
to live in encampments over shelters because of concerns for their personal safety and the knowledge that shelters are not the vehicle for them to break the cycle of living rough. And whereas council just approved its terms of council priorities, where its first strategic priority is a city that has affordable housing and is livable for and is more livable for all, for which the third strategic objective explicitly speaks about the need to create investments in affordable and supportive housing and create a clear path to ending chronic homelessness. And whereas part of that priority will be to reduce our reliance on shelters and providing more supportive housing in order to break the cycle of chronic homelessness. And whereas those living rough have consistently told frontline workers at the city when their encampments were dismantled to not take them to shelters because of fear of personal safety, and therefore be it resolved that the Community Service Department use these facts as part of the refresh for the 10-year housing and homelessness plan in the fall of 2023. Be it further resolved that staff provide the information to council before the long-range financial plan is tabled so that it informs and later, so the latter and ultimately informs budget 2024. Okay, there's one more. There's one more. Whereas on page 22, paragraph 4 of the Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy, hereafter referred to as the report, the second bullet states the average amount of time to help a client transition in the Housing First program is 175 days. And whereas the 175 days average time figure may be a reflection of current practices and not capacity of resources. And whereas leading experts have stated, including the current director of housing for the city of Ottawa in a recent interview, that the standard should be 30 days to transition an individual out of shelter. And be it resolved that staff be directed to analyze the structural factors as to why the average stay in a shelter is 175 days and what actions would need to be taken to reduce that average stay to 30 days. Be it further resolved that staff provide this information to council before the long-range financial plan is tabled, and that informs the latter and ultimately informs the housing and homelessness plan refresh for budget 2024. Merci beaucoup, et merci à mon assistante aussi.
Merci. Okay, those are all the notices of motion. Confirmation bylaw. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
As motion to introduce bylaws? Yes, okay. Que le règlement énuméré à l'ordre du jour sur le titre motion portant présentation des règlements.
That the regulations presented be read and adopted.
Inquiries. Councillor Brockington, did you have an inquiry?
Yes, Mayor, I do. Thank you. On Sunday, June the 20th, a toddler was pulled from the river at Mooney's Bay and rushed to Chio in critical condition. On Sunday, July 9th, a teenager was pulled from the river at Britannia Bay after she was alleged underwater for up to 9 minutes and rushed to hospital in critical condition. What details can the GM of Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services provide on these two emergencies? What, if anything, can be done to improve overall safety at these sites by the City of Ottawa to prevent similar circumstances from happening again? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Any other inquiries? Okay, motion to adjourn. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Confirmation first. Yeah. No, that was the intro.
Right. Yes, the confirmation bylaw first. Go ahead.
Read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of July 12th, 2023.
Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, motion to adjourn.
That the proceedings of the city council meeting of July 12th, 2023 be adjourned.
Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup.
Good afternoon. Bonjour à tous. My name is Kendra Titley and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Kendra Titley et je serai l'animatrice de ce point de presse. I will now invite each agency in reverse alphabetical order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with a follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique inverse, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. When asking your questions, please identify who your question is directed to, and if you are in council chambers, please use the microphone. Lorsque vous posez vos questions, veuillez indiquer à qui s'adresse votre question, et si vous êtes dans la salle du conseil, veuillez le faire au micro. We'll now start with Frédéric Pépin à Radio-Canada.
Frédéric Pépin, Radio-Canada.
J'aimerais vous entendre sur le nouveau service qui a été adopté.
I would like to understand a little bit more the new service that you adopted. You use different words. It was like a 911 for mental health issues. How important it is for the city of Ottawa to offer this type of service, and how would it be received by the population? I think this is a very important project. I was a volunteer in mental health during 25 years. I've heard repeatedly the need for a new system, an alternative, especially for the people having mental illness issues. So we want to have a pilot project within the city. We were able to observe other types of projects elsewhere. So I hope that we will be able to implement this pilot as soon as possible. When the pilot project will be completed, we will be able to analyze the results, and hopefully we will be able to deploy and expand the service and the program in different neighborhoods within the city of Ottawa. I would like to come back on that question, and I would like to also to address my question to Madame Frary. So would it be quicker to offer it in the next few months, or do we have to wait till the end of summer 2024? Is it quick enough for you, or you would like to have it a little faster? We hope we will be able to launch the project as soon as possible, but I would say it's not a simple task. It's a complex situation. The team and the personnel within City of Ottawa are doing their best. And if they're telling us that this will be summer of 2024, will be our target. Once more, it's not a simple solution. There are more than one issues and many factors to take into consideration. Thank you. We do have Clara Frary on the line. Compliment. The implementation plan for this project is based on experience, as mentioned by the mayor. Other cities within Ontario already launched pilot projects. I would say that Toronto do have some, but we have to take the time. We have to make sure that this program will be sustainable on the long term. We have to go through different steps. We have to contract agencies, train the team members. I'll give you an example. These are only some of the steps needed in order to implement this pilot. We have to start on the right foot, and it has to be also sustainable. Thank you so much.
Citizen.
Yes, hello. For the mayor, you were in camera this morning for 2+ hours. This was about LRT. In February, there was an out of court, or you came to a mutual agreement with Rideau Transit Group. And so I was just a bit surprised to see that there seems to be still legal issues. I wonder if you can comment on that, the relationship, is it with RTG and the implications of this outstanding legal
So with any large infrastructure project, there are always ongoing legal considerations, and unlike like every other project in North America, there continue to be claims that are made, and we were receiving an update on those claims.
Was it with Rideau Transit Group specifically? This
I don't know if I can. It was an in-camera briefing. I don't know how much detail I can provide on that, but it was about the light rail project. So
that's all.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Nous allons maintenant à Charles-Antoine Gagnon à le droit.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Hello. Je pense que vous aimeriez que la promenade Queen Elizabeth rouvre.
You would love to reopen the Queen Elizabeth Drive to cars. Can you explain why? I do hope we will be able to reopen Queen Elizabeth Drive this weekend. We've heard that the National Capital Commission decided to open it this weekend. There will be a lot of road closures. There will be some closures on the bridge. There will be some closures on the 417. There will be a lot of delays this weekend. So we discussed with the National Capital Commission to see if it would be possible to open this weekend the Queen Elizabeth Drive. And I've heard that they went forward with that. Also, I think there's only 2 entry points to the Lansdowne Park. If we close one access, this will create many other issues in the Glebe neighborhood on Bank Street. And this will have an overflow effect in the South, Ottawa South. Yes, I do favor mobile transportation because I can use my bicycle or I can go by foot or running. But closing Queen Elizabeth would not be ideal for active transportation. I think we do have pathways on both sides. And when I go running along the canal, I don't see so many people using the Queen Elizabeth Drive. So closing the Queen Elizabeth will increase the circulation and the traffic on the other side of Lansdowne Park. We hope that the NCC will think about what they will do in the future with the closures. So you want to have the Queen Elizabeth Drive open every day, and you did discuss with the NCC. This is not a negotiation. This is the NCC's decision. On my part, it was a simple request from the City of Ottawa. They don't have to open the Queen Elizabeth Drive all day long every day. They can have some changes during the summer period. There can be some closures during the weekend. Let's say that if there's an event at the Lansdowne Park, we have to have a fluid circulation everywhere we can in the area. Thank you so much. City of Ottawa.
So I'm just going to build on that about the Queen Elizabeth driveway. Have you had, you do have a seat on the board of directors for the NCC. Have you had discussions about keeping it, reopening it for cars permanently? And then if you can just reiterate what you said in French and English, please.
Yeah. Where do you want me looking at you over there? Yeah. So I support active transportation. I ride my bike. I run. I think it's great that we have have places where people can run and cycle and participate in active transportation. And in fact, I hear from people who visit the city that they're amazed at how many pathways there are throughout our city and just how easy it is to get around on pathways like the one by the Ottawa River and like the pathways by the Rideau Canal. And you can travel great distances without ever hitting a traffic light because of these pathways. And so I support active transportation. But there's no question that when Queen Elizabeth Drive is closed and there's a big event at Lansdowne Park, there's an enormous impact on traffic in the area. We see traffic going onto residential roads in the neighborhood, and of course, more traffic on Bank Street. And so I don't support any plan to permanently close Queen Elizabeth Drive to vehicles. I don't support anything that would close it on major event days, like when the Red Blacks are playing, or when there are other events like the rugby match last weekend. I would like to see it open more often than what the NCC is proposing, because it has huge traffic impacts, and because by my observation, it doesn't really. I'm not sure how necessary it is. There's great pathways along the canal on both sides of the canal. Sometimes on both sides of Queen Elizabeth Drive, there's a pathway. And when I run along the canal and when I travel along the canal, I see a lot of people using those pathways and not a lot of people using the road that's been closed to vehicles. That's my experience. They may have data that shows otherwise, but that's my experience. And I've heard that from lots of other people. The other thing I'll mention is that it has an impact on tourism in our area, because people like to drive down the roads adjacent to the canal and see the city that way. And there are tour operators where part of their tour is to travel through that area. And I've heard from some tour operators that their tours are taking an hour to an hour and a half longer to complete because they have to travel on O'Connor or on Bank Street to get to where they're going because they can't use Queen Elizabeth Drive. And the last thing I'll say, obviously I have a lot to say about this, but I said I don't support it being closed when there's big events. I also don't support it being closed when there's a lot of construction going on in the area. So there's been construction on Bronson and there's been construction on Colonel By Drive. And when those are affected and we're closing Queen Elizabeth Drive, it just adds to the pressure on traffic in the area. I've raised it with the NCC. As you know, I'm a non-voting member of the board. So I'm an observer at the board meetings. I don't vote. But I have raised it with the NCC, and I think they know where I stand on that. Yeah.
Just with the vacant tax unit, Councilor Dudas raised some numbers about how it went. Do you support keeping the vacant tax unit, or would you support scrapping it?
I'd like to hear from staff on the accuracy of a lot of the numbers that were included in the notice of motion from Councillor Dudas. So they don't line up with my understanding of what the numbers are. So I want to hear from staff on how many people have done the declaration, how many people have declared their properties vacant, what kind of revenue that produces for the city of Ottawa, that much of which will go to affordable housing, and also how much it's costing to administer the program. So we were going to hear back from staff about that very soon anyway. So I expect we'll hear a lot of information from staff in the weeks ahead on how effective the program has been, how many complaints there have been. There was some response from the public in the early days of when this was introduced, but my understanding is that after the education period, a huge number of people completed their declaration, and there was not a lot of concern and frustration expressed by residents after that. I didn't hear a lot from residents about the issue after the initial introduction. So I think if we look at the numbers and make a fact-based decision, we'll be able to decide whether we want to continue with the program or not. But I don't think many of the numbers in the notice of motion, they don't seem to line up with what I've heard about what's been happening with the program.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Elise Gura at CBC Ottawa.
Thanks very much. My first question is for the mayor. So we heard a motion today that did not pass about Meta and advertising. You voted in favor. I was wondering what you thought about the outcome.
To be honest, I don't have strong feelings either way about it. I supported the motion because I support the principles behind it, and I also tend to agree with some of the councillors who asked the question about whether it's our jurisdiction or not, whether this is our fight. So I'm going to work every day to work hard on behalf of Ottawa residents, to keep life affordable for them, to address the reliability of city services, to improve safety. To fix some of the challenges we've had. This is not, high on my priority list, but that doesn't mean it's not fair game for somebody to bring it to council, but it wasn't a big issue of concern for me.
Thanks very much. And my next question is for staff. It's about the mental health crisis line. So I understand that staff have been looking at what's happening at Toronto with this. I know that when they did their first review, there were some concerns about police not forwarding many of the calls to the mental health crisis workers to ensure that they were being able to provide services to people who didn't want to see uniformed officers come to their door. So I wondered what the city was doing to kind of look into this and perhaps learn from the experience.
So it's Clara Ferrer here. I can jump in on this. Our team looked at Toronto as one of the cities who have already launched a similar program. Toronto has indicated that at the beginning there was a slow uptake, and partly because of a lack of awareness or understanding of what the program really offered. As that awareness was built, the uptake on the calls increased. They're now receiving about 80 calls in each 24 hours, and they're doing that in conjunction with the police service in Toronto. So it took a little bit of time for both the nonprofits and the Toronto police to work together to establish a system that had a good uptake on the part of the public there. And that's exactly what we're learning from for our program here in Ottawa. We are working very closely with the Ottawa Police Service. They are part of the Guiding Council on Mental Health and Substance Use, as we are, and together working on our next plan. Next steps, now that the plan has been approved by council, will be to continue the work with the Ottawa Police, the Ottawa paramedics, to look at their the logistics around receiving calls, distributing calls, and how we interface the alternative call line with the 911 services that need to be coordinated in the event that they do need to come in to respond in conjunction with the alternative response. So that we're working very closely together on that.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Liam Fox at the Canadian Press.
Hi there. My question is also for Clara, who's online, about the mental health crisis line. So I'm wondering if Clara could elaborate a little bit more on how many mental health professionals and social service workers the city is looking to hire, and what qualifications they should meet.
Thanks for that question. It's a bit early to be specific about the exact composition of the team. The team will be a combination of mental health professionals, social work professionals, and peer supporters. The next steps will be to work with the Guiding Council on mental health and substance use to build the model. And so a little early to be specific with the size of the team.
Okay, thank you. And my follow-up question is, obviously there was motions today by Councillor Troster to expedite the process to actually get this in place. So I'm wondering, what do you think the city can do to speed up this process and have an alternate response to these situations rather than police?
So some of the things, thanks for that question. Some of the things that we're doing to expedite is to not have to reinvent the wheel. So because other jurisdictions have already come out of the gate with something like this, we're going to be leveraging not only what they've learned, but also some of the tools that they have in place. So things like job descriptions, call protocols, and other things that we can pick up and sort of duplicate, if you like, but learn from and make our own. We don't have to invent that. We are going to work internally around our procurement and legal functions to expedite those functions as well and to prioritize. And then finally, we're looking at organizations that already work in this space. So organizations like 211 and the Distress Center, and ensuring that if we're going out with a procurement, that those organizations are aware and ready to apply should they want to do that.
Thanks. Merci beaucoup.
Thank
you. This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse d'aujourd'hui. Thank you. Merci.